Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we will straight turn into item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with votes and proceedings. We will begin from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8.
Page 8.
Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Is it Jarapa?
Jarapa, MP for
yes,
Jarapa.
Let's hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was present, but I'm absent. If it can be corrected. Thank you.
Did you register your name?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Table check. If indeed he did register his name, then you address his concerns. We move to page 10. Page number 11. Yes, honourable member for Northton.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item II, page number 11. It doesn't quite capture accurately what happened. It was not just the case that the First Deputy Speaker directed the Honorable Minister for Finance to be rescheduled. It was following a letter the Finance Minister wrote to the House that he was unavailable. There was an application that the Deputy Minister for Finance be made to respond to the questions, which the House rejected. And the House then decided that the Finance Minister should be rescheduled because we want him to respond to the questions personally. So this rendition does not accurately capture what transpired yesterday. And the record should please reflect that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sammy, I think... Okay, let me hear you.
Speaker, I think it is important we state the facts for the records. Yes, the minister did right and requested that his deputy should answer the questions. And it was the other side, led by the minority, the respected minority leader, who insisted, it wasn't the House, it was him who insisted that their side insists on the appearance of the minister himself. And you recall I made the point that it is at your call. So that was the fact, and that's what should reflect in the records.
Yeah, Honorable Member Northton, I think the details will appear on the official report. So this is just the proceedings, please. So we turn to page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Yes. Honorable Member for Temale South.
Speaker, thank you very much. Page 14, the referral. You have a contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, Fisheries Commission, which has to do with subscription payment.
Leader, which paragraph, please? Page
14, item B. The referral, I thought that the Committee on Finance, if you can get the leadership of the Committee of Finance to join the Committee on Agriculture, it probably may be more useful than there's the referral to Fisheries. Thank you. An observation.
Very well. Table, kindly take note of that. Yes, let me come to Savdai.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, page 14, flowing from page 13, item number 2, understatement. The rendition as it's been captured is a bit problematic because the essence of what we called on the House to do was for the Commonwealth to comply with the court's interim order. The court's interim order pending the final determination of the case. But the rendition doesn't capture it that way. So it has to read this way. Myself and Honorable Apak made a joint statement calling on the management of the University of Ghana to respect the ruling of the High Court and reverse the decision of the university to remove continuing students who reside in the Commonwealth in compliance with the court's interim order pending the final determination of the case. So pending the final determination of the case.
So we should add pending
yes.
The final.
And then the court's order should be court interim order. Interim should qualify the order. Thank you very much.
Well, table, kindly take note of that. Sammy, is it the same? Okay, let me hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Still at page 14, Mr. Speaker, the last but one paragraph. The contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Fisheries Commission, an agency of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, measures collecte localization satellite. Mr. Speaker, the That third word, the collective localization satellite, the spelling, it should be a double L, not one L. Yeah. So if we could have a look at that. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't here yesterday, but I think at the prompting of the honourable member for Tamale South, he wanted to seek an amendment of the directive to have the leadership of the Finance Committee included in this. Mr. Speaker, this is a contract agreement. It's a commercial agreement. It's not a loan agreement, which otherwise should go to the Finance Committee. This one is exclusively to the subject matter committee. So it is that committee. No, I'm not saying. I heard you. I heard you say that we should include the leadership of the Finance Committee. And I'm suggesting to you that this is a contract agreement. It goes to the sector committee. Otherwise, the Finance Committee will be everywhere. That's not how it's done, Mr. Speaker. So even though the suggestion may be well intended, I am proposing that the status quo should hold.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily I would not litigate on this. But once it's coming from the leader that I failed to persuade him to abandon him, that I was not insisting. First of all, this contract agreement is premised on a financing agreement. That financing agreement probably have not even come before this house. Bring the details. You are saying, oh how? So that's why I'm saying that we've just seen a contract, which contract, rightly as he has observed, should go to the Committee on Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs. But I'm assuming that the original of this, I've been a member of this house with him long standing. Let table give me when the primary agreement of this matter came to this house and when we took a decision on this matter in this house. No, I need that detail. But in the absence of that detail, I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, let Finance Committee leadership. I'm not saying vary the decision to say Finance Committee or Finance Committee and Agriculture. I'm saying that let the leadership of Finance Committee support them because, okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm now demanding from table. Give me details of when the primary agreement to this transaction was brought to this house and a decision taken on the matter to allow us to proceed on a contract on this monitoring system. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy my colleague, the former minority leader, is saying that he's not insisting. Mr. Speaker, you cannot have a commercial agreement without a parent agreement coming to this house. What you are saying does not exist. The loan agreement will precede the commercial or contract agreement. There's never been an instance where you have a commercial agreement premise on nothing. So what you're saying does not exist. Mr. Speaker, I believe we can move on. I also don't want to litigate the matter with him. So yes, based on the earlier agreement, subscription based on the earlier agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can move on.
Well. Table, let the status quo remain. So we turn to page 15. Page 16. Page number 17. Yes, Honourable Member for Kwadraso.
Honourable Speaker, on page number 17, item 13, underneath, I need clarification on. We have health facility population ratio, health stroke professional stroke population ratio, education stroke facilities stroke population. I've not checked the original document, but my hunch suggests that we need to check to be sure whether it is not health professionals stroke population ratio and education facility population ratio. So I want us to check to reconcile. Thank you.
Well, table check. Check from what honorable member is saying, if indeed the original report has been captured well. So, honorable member, they will check from the original document.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, we turn to page 18. Page 18. Then finally, page 19. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, the 29th March 2023 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I have in my hands the official report of Tuesday, the 29th November 2022. Official report of Tuesday, the 29th November 2022. I take it again. Official report of Tuesday, 29th November 2022. Yes, Honorable Member for Northtown.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, beginning from column 61, the first Deputy Speaker called the ranking member of the Finance Committee to speak. That took us to column 62, and we are told an honorable member spoke and said the chief propaganda. That's at column 62. The Speaker, the rule is that if the person has not been called, that is not recorded. It doesn't go on record. So there was no need for that to be.
Honorable members, may we have an attention?
Mr. Speaker, there was no need for that to be captured. So the first paragraph at column 62 can be deleted, except if the table office is able to identify the honorable member who spoke. Then, Mr. Speaker, at column 64, the third paragraph, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. District is omitted. So we just have metropolitan, municipal, and assemblies. So we need to insert district. And Mr. Speaker, at column 66, there is I'm sure the honorable minority leader has not averted his mind, but there's an attempt to give him a new rendition of his name, a new spelling of his name. Atu has been captured as ATTO instead of just one T, and that recurs the third paragraph, the last paragraph. It continues all the way to column 68. So if the records could be corrected accordingly, so that the accurate spelling of his name is captured. And then, Mr. Speaker, at column 131, when the Honorable Isaac Adongo made that famous economic Maguire analysis, he said at the second paragraph, at column 131, today when the correct spelling of the Manchester United goalkeeper, it should be David De Gea, not Daniel Gia, as has been captured here. It should be David De Gea, EE, with D being a small d. The Speaker, at column 136, the last paragraph, I would like to congratulate our able, hardworking Black Star players. Able, hardworking. So, Mr. Speaker, that should also be corrected accordingly. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Very well. Table, kindly take note of all the issues it's raised. Yes, Honourable Member for Tafo.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. The cover page for the official report.
Honourable Member, may you speak up?
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. The cover page for the official report, papers. When you read budget performance report in respect of is missing from the Ministry of National Security for the period. Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of National Security. OF is missing.
Very well, table, take note. Yes, Honourable Member for Kadaso.
Honorable Speaker, respectfully, column 8 under announcements.
Column 8.
Column 8 under announcements. Benchmarking visit to Parliament by members of the Select Committee on Budget of the National Assembly of Namibia. So we need to insert these prepositions at their rightful places. Then you come to column 2 under Mr. Roxanne Nelson Eche Kwame Dafiamako. Because he's here, I'll be happy if you could check whether what he did say is rightly captured. If you look at the 10th line, so Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. I'm thinking he wanted to say I stand to be corrected. So if it is not an omission, then I'll be happy if that one is properly captured, unless he says otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Table, kindly take up note. And with that, honourable members, without any further corrections, the official report of 29th November 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now move to item 5. Item 5. And that is the urgent questions. We have one urgent question that stands in the name of a member for Aken Odan, Honorable Alexander Kwesi Akpa. And the question is to the Minister for Rules. Yes.
Speaker, we have leadership has related duly, and Speaker, we want to fleetingly vary the order of business and go on to public business, after which we'll come back to take item 5.
Very well. Honourable members, may I invite you to page 6. Page 6, item listed 8.
Speaker, we are taking items 8A from I to VI and 8B II. We are exclude for 8B, we are excluding I. We are only taking II. And Speaker, for the first item, the 8A, I'll seek your leave for it to be done by the Minister for the Interior.
Well. So, honorable members, let's turn to page 6, item listed 8. At the commencement of public business, we will begin with the laying of papers with 8A by the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. And I understand Honorable Minister for Interior is doing that on behalf of his colleague. So, Honorable Minister, you may do so now.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Senate East District Assembly for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. Yes,
Annual statement. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Dwabuso District Assembly for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Government, Rural Development for consideration and report.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Bolgatanga Municipal Assembly for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. IV.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tempane District Assembly for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. V.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tano South Municipal Assembly for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. Finally, VI.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kasina Nkana West District Assembly for the year 2021.
Is it what? How did you pronounce it?
Nankana West District Assembly for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development. Now we turn to B. And leader, are you saying B? We are taking only the I.
Speaker, yes, we are taking only II by the chair of the Committee of the Whole. So I will seek your leave to do that for him.
Yes, who is doing that?
Report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for the disbursement of the National Health Insurance Fund for the year 2023.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. Yes, now
Speaker,
we come back to item 5.
No, Speaker, we'll go on to page 17.
Mr. Speaker, at conclave we were informed that item 8C is also ready. The report of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the promotion of proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill 2021. So, since we were told the bill is, the report is ready, it should equally be late, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Speaker, the chairman has communicated to me. The chairman is on his way here. When he gets here, we'll take it. But in the meantime, we'll proceed. In the meantime, we'll proceed to take item 21 on page 17. Speaker, page 17, item 21.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we just allowed my very good friend to lay a report just now when he's not a chairman. He's going to say we should do the tax waivers. When the chairman of the finance committee is not here, we are going to allow our colleague to do it. What exactly is the reason he cannot allow anybody else?
So late.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker. So late. It's not a big deal.
Speaker, I have no problem laying this. The chairman is here. I had communicated with the chairman. Yes. Chairman.
Chairman, before you sit down,
Report of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the promotion of proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values bills 2021.
honorable members, the report is duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. Yes.
Speaker 17, item 21. Page 17. Speaker, let me seek your leave for it to be taken by the Vice Chair, the able Vice Chair of the Finance Committee.
Honorable members, may you come with me to page 17. Page 17, item listed 21. Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver for import duty, import get fund, import NHIL, import VAT, exim levy, special import levy, COVID recovery levy, domestic VAT, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 18,514,650 United States dollars, made up of $16,297,210,000 on imports and $2,217,440 on domestic purchases on materials and equipment required to be procured for the establishment of the University of Environmental and Sustainable Development Boso Campus project by Messrs. Cologne DB Ventures Limited. Mr. Speaker, I proceed to present the committee's report and ask the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Who is seconding it? Yes, honorable member for Sujaman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and in so doing to make a very brief comment. Mr. Speaker, this request follows an earlier loan that we approved for the said project for a satellite campus of the University at Bunsu. Mr. Speaker, the report on page 6 indicates that, and before then, let me just do a simple correction. The last line on page 6, you see that what is left is the approval of the tax waiver by Parliament. The report says my Parliament. So table office should change the M to B by Parliament for disbursement. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was indicating, we need to support the establishment of this university. However, it is worrying, and we want to reiterate our disappointment for the relocation of this campus from Afram Plains to Bunsu. And this worry has been heightened by what we saw yesterday by this government, an attempt to move the approval of a loan facility to the tune of 98 million cedis for the $98 million for the construction of the road leading to Afram Plains, to the bypasses that will lead to Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, it is becoming too many. The people of Afram Plains, Mr. Speaker, let me finish this. It's important. The reallocation of things meant for Afram Plains to other places is unacceptable. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Thomas Ampin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague has raised an important matter that should be set straight. I was the Minister of Education when this loan was arranged for. Mr. Speaker, it is never true. It is never true that any money allocated to Afram Place for university has been relocated. It is not true that any university, a campus of it was in Afram Place, has been relocated to Bunsu. Mr. Speaker, the records are these. The South Koreans were the first to visit the various sites that have been proposed for Eastern region. Mr. Speaker, they went to meet the chief and people in Afram Place. And Mr. Speaker, they said the infrastructure needed to be built before they even take the university to the place. Their loan was not going to be put to that use. So they rejected that place as the university. Mr. Speaker, that was subsequent. It was the first place. It was subsequent that the government of NDC, Minister of Finance for Somenya at that time, Setepe from Somenya, went to get a commercial loan and put the facility in Somenya. Mr. Speaker, subsequent to that, the South Koreans found in the papers that President Mama had gone to cut off, and they decided to even cancel the whole loan. We had to spend special emissaries to South Korea to have it reinstituted. Because they had already rejected Afram Place, they went through Eastern region and located Bunsu, which was very near the Cocoa Research Institute and the Agric University. I didn't know that you were so impatient. I thought you were a gentleman and you respected the debate. You are so impatient. The speaker hasn't called you, and look at what you are doing to me. You are trying to intimidate me.
Honorable Minister is not comfortable with impatience.
Oh, I withdraw the word. No. Mr. Speaker, my very good friend knows that what I'm saying is not a lie. Mr. Speaker, truly, nothing has been relocated from Afram Place. This was a loan negotiated purposefully for Bunsu, for the university campuses to be sited at Bunsu. Mr. We should all support it.
Thank you very much.
For this loan to go through.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me give you
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was the Deputy Minister for Education in charge of tertiary education at the time this project was conceptualized. And Mr. Speaker, I need to set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, this university, the University for Environment and Sustainable Development, the records will reflect that this university was proposed by the late Professor Mills. If you read the NDC manifesto, two proposals were made in the manifesto to establish a university for energy and natural resources in Sonyain. That is after the University of Health and Allied Sciences had been commenced in Ho, because the policy proposal is to extend public university education to regions that did not have the benefit of public universities. The University of Health and Allied Sciences was established in the Volta region, the University of Energy and Natural Resources in the then Brong-Ahafo region, we did not have a public university. For the Eastern region, which at the time did not have a public university, the proposal, Mr. Speaker, if you refer to our manifesto and the pledge we made to Ghanaians, is that the university will have two campuses. That's the University of Environment and Sustainable Development. One campus in Somanya, and then the second campus in Afram Plains. That is the policy for which a technical committee was set up. Mr. Speaker, after the pledge was made, duly captured in the manifesto and in the late President's message on the state of the nation, Mr. Speaker, we then set out to source funding. So we were speaking at the time to the Brazilians and then to the South Koreans. Fortunately, the Brazilians came through first. Their funding was secured, and we decided to commence work on the main campus. President John Dramani Mahama cut short in December 2016. I remember I was there with the Minister of Education, Professor Nana Jinopoko Ajiman at the time. It was just after the December 7 elections. President Mahama cut the short for the Somanya campus. And the understanding was that the South Korean funding, which was being negotiated, when that funding is secured, the negotiations are completed, the second campus, which was to be sited in Afram Plains, will, in Donkokrom to be specific, will receive attention from the South Korean facility. So the Brazilian facility for and then the South Korean facility for Donkokrom. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we determine, no foreigner, we are a sovereign nation. No foreigner can come to Ghana and tell us that we don't like here, we don't like there. We decide by way of policy as a government. No other country can come and tell us where a project should be sited I don't want a project here. So, Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable Thomas Nyako Ampem is saying is accurate.
Under point of order.
It's accurate.
We are okay with you.
It is the current government that relocated. The original plan was for Somanya and Donkokrom in Afram Place. They did the relocation. So Honorable Thomas Ampem is correct. Is on very solid and truthful.
Honorable Ogiyoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Thomas Ampem, conclude your debate, please.
Thank you, Speaker. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate my call that it is unfair to continue to shift development from a particular area to another. Because you know what? The moment an announcement is made that this development is going to an area, it generates excitement amongst the people.
Yes.
And they look forward to it.
It's a multiplier effect.
And so the people of Afram Plains were so excited to hear that from Somanya, the next place that was going to be considered for this university was going to be them.
And preparations were underway.
And the chiefs and everybody, the chiefs even donated land, vast land for this. And so if another government comes and thinks that we want this university for any reason, the former Minister for Education tried to give reasons why the university was not sent to Afram Plains but to Bunsu. That is your reason. But the people of Afram Plains are not happy.
They deserve
Every day you see them, they complain.
They deserve better.
That is why yesterday, when news broke that the $98 million that was going to be used for the construction of the road leading to Afram Plains was going to be reallocated to another area, was another unpalatable news to them.
Again.
So, Mr. Speaker, in supporting this motion, we have already committed ourselves, and the Bunsu project has already been approved by this House. So we will continue to support this tax waiver. But I want to emphasize that we must learn lessons from this and not continue to deny the good people of Afram Plains. The only reason I'm supporting this is that Bunsu, Afram Plains are both in the eastern region anyway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honourable members, we have so many things to do today. So let's limit the contributions. Leader, can you sacrifice here so that we move on?
I rise to support the motion for the grant of tax waivers. Mr. Speaker, I have a serious concern about this waiver. This report doesn't even tell us the status of this project. We approved this loan or this grant long time ago. Nobody tells us if this project is ongoing. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there's no attachment to this report as to the schedule of items on which we are granting the tax waivers. Mr. Speaker, yes, it could have been presented to members of the committee, but Mr. Speaker, I keep saying, I have seen in this house a tax waiver on electrification project when we saw stone quarry machines in that schedule. So it is important that the Finance Committee always add the schedule of items upon which we are granting the waiver so we can track and trace whether this is relevant. Mr. Speaker, I'm not against the grant of the tax waivers, but I think this is very important. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 6, it says that the committee was further informed that disbursement of the facility has stalled due to the delay in granting of the waivers. The status of the project, it should have been easier to track whether this is even true. Because if you haven't started the project, why would you be asking for tax waivers? You ask for tax waivers somewhere within the implementation of the project. You don't need tax waivers when you are getting advance payment. So it is important that we get details of what why it's been delayed, because nobody needs tax waivers to give you advance payment if you are starting a project. You only need a bond to be able to do that. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Other members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion.
Mr. Speaker, before you proceed with the question, the clerk of the committee and the chairman tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to paragraph 40, and it reads, and I want to read, honorable members may recall that Parliament at its 37th sitting of the second meeting held on Monday, 16th July, approved by resolution the loan agreement between the government of Ghana and the Export-Import Bank. It continues. Then when you come there, it reads, to finance the construction. There is no comma. And you say construction equipping. There's something wrong there. To finance the construction equipping and of the University of Environment and Sustainable Development at Bunsu in the Eastern Region under the Economic Development Corporation Fund. There is something wrong with the rendition and the wording there. Then, Mr. Speaker, before we take the question, when you come to the table, we are being told that, page 7, we are being told that the committee is not recommending the approval of COVID-19 recovery levy. So I'm assuming that you are deducting 448,827,000 from what was originally proposed. Now, how come that we don't find that in the table in page 8? Because there is a decision taken that you are not recommending a COVID recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, if you come to page 8, the first paragraph, the committee is unable to recommend the waiver of COVID-19 recovery levy on the projects. So we wanted to see the mathematics there. How much are you deducting from the originally proposed amount to arrive at the original figure that in exercise Article 174, this House will by resolution approve what amount as tax waiver, because whatever you are doing must exclude the COVID-19 recovery levy. I want to have that properly corrected before, Mr. Speaker, you put in the question. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one thing I've seen coming across some of these tax waivers relate to the fact that, Mr. Speaker, most of these projects that we are approving these tax waivers for have been abandoned. Mr. Speaker, the university campus at Bonsu has indeed been abandoned as a result of government policy of debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the contractor is not on site. The contractor is not on site unless you are there today. Mr. Speaker, so we need assurances from the Ministry of Finance to indicate to the fact that the contractor will indeed go back to site. Mr. Speaker, clearly government has announced suspension of debt servicing. We are not servicing the debt, and as a result, the lenders are not allowing the contractors or the Ministry of Finance to draw down on the loans. So the contract has been abandoned. And so we need assurance from them to indicate to us that they are going to go back to site. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, there's no basis for us to approve these tax waivers. This is critical matter and we need assurances from them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. I was going to put the question, either I give the chairman or the deputy minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a few corrections. This particular loan is one of the loans that's being serviced, and so the contractor is on site. And I just want to put it out here that this particular loan is one of the loans that is being serviced. There was an amount of 2.5 million US dollars, which we are trying to pay. We have paid quite a substantial amount of. And so, Mr. Speaker, this particular loan is being serviced, and hence work is going on. All we need is for us to pass this resolution of tax waivers as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Chairman, do you want to say something? Yeah, leader.
Mr. Speaker, just a little correction. My colleague, the Minority Chief Whip, is saying that not until a project commences, it will be difficult to grant tax waivers. I beg to disagree with it, Mr. Speaker, because at the very outset, once you approve of the loan agreements and you come to the commercial agreements, the contractor, the person who is going to execute the contract, should know exactly which areas that he may have tax exemptions and waivers. Otherwise, if you wait until you begin, it could develop some technical difficulties. And then the person is anticipating that we grant tax waivers in one direction, government is not able to do that, and then it generates all manner of inconveniences. Sometimes they are unanticipated, and then a contract has to be abandoned midway. So it is always better to have these clarities established at the very outset. That's why I'm saying that, I don't know, maybe you want to be practical about it, about what happens in Ghana, but it is totally wrong. These things should be established at the very outset. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Yes.
Item 22, and let me seek your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Finance Minister.
Yes, Honorable Member for Tiwa East, you may do that on behalf of your minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 22 on pages 18, 19, and 20 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the motion for the resolution is moved. Who is seconding it? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well. Honorable members, the question is, as many as are in favor of the resolution, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution listed in today's order paper as 22 is hereby adopted. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, page 26, item 29. 26, page 26, item 29.
Honorable members, once again, come with me to page 26. 26, item listed 29. Motion by the Chairman of Finance Committee. Chairman, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that as item 29 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move.
Honorable members, the motion is moved. Yes, Honorable Champong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well, Honorable members, this procedural motion, the question is, as many as are in favor of the procedural motion listed 29 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby carried. Yes, Chairman, the substantive motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that a motion listed as item 30 on today's order paper be moved now, and in the process present the committee's report. The Speaker has the Handler Department to capture the entire report whilst I take the conclusion. The committee, having reviewed the referral, Mr. Speaker, recommends to this House to adopt this report and approve by resolution the request for the waiver of customs duties, import VAT, import NHI or get fund levy, exim levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $4,624,731 United States dollars, 88 cents on imports and 4,322,807 Ghana cedi and 45 pesos on local purchases of material and goods for the project. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that in the original motion, the domestic VAT has been quoted in dollars. The committee just took note of this and said, going forward, under no circumstance should we present a request for waiver of domestic VAT denominated in foreign currency. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, you would see that in the committee's report, we have presented the cedi equivalent of the domestic VAT exemption. We request the Handler Department to capture this as though same was listed on the other paper. On this note, I submit the report and so move the motion.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Richard Champong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and speak to the report so presented by the chairman of the committee for the House to approve an amount of $24,731 million for the construction of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration Office and next building project. Mr. Speaker, one may ask that we have an exemption act. Why is it that we are still granting an exemption to state institutions to undertake some other project? Mr. Speaker, this is a grant project. And then if you read through the document or the report presented by the committee, I refer to page 4 of 7, item 6, justification for government support for tax exemption. Mr. Speaker, I just want to read. Government of Ghana, acting through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, upon signing of the aid agreement for the implementation of the project, is expected to abide by and satisfy fully conditions provided under the agreement. And we have articles 11.1.2, 11.1.3, 11.1.4 of the aid implementation agreement. And it says that Government of Ghana shall exempt the contractor and personnel to be engaged to work under the project from corporate tax, personal income tax, custom duties on equipment, machinery, materials, goods and services, and other local taxes applicable in Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly this is a condition precedent of which failure to grant this waiver, the state must find money to make up the difference. And also, Mr. Speaker, if you refer to our Constitution, Article 107B, it's very clear that there's no way we can deny the state institution this very facility. So it's not that we are closing our eyes on the very exemption act passed by this House, but this very exceptional case that we are dealing with. So it will not be business as usual that any tax exemption brought before us will be granted. So we need to serve notice that this is a special arrangement we are giving to Ministry for Foreign Affairs to undertake their project. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Chairman, you just moved the motion.
Yes. But Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, it's important to add something to what the Honourable Member of Parliament for Gia said. It is true that under the current Tax Exemption Act, these waivers would not pass. But the reason we are able to pass them is that the waivers themselves were agreed in a grant agreement signed sometime in 2021. Now the Exemption Act saves those agreements that government would have entered into before the coming into force of the Act. So the reason we are able to exempt this is that the Exemptions Act has saved provisions like this. It's not at discretion, and if any such request came before the committee that is not backed by an earlier resolution, the committee will not recommend that to the House for approval. I thought I should add that.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to quickly draw attention to a few corrections we have to effect at page 2, the first paragraph. Deputy Minister of Finance and Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. There were 2 Deputy Ministers of Foreign Affairs who met the committee, so that should be plural. And then the third paragraph still on that page. The committee is grateful to the Honorable Deputy Ministers. There were 3 Deputy Ministers, not only 1 minister. The Deputy Minister for Finance and the 2 Deputy Ministers for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few corrections, I support the motion. This is a testament. This is a testament of the flourishing Ghana-China bilateral relations. Mr. Speaker, at the Committee of Foreign Affairs, we have been looking forward to this project, which is an expansion of the earlier agreement which was signed, leading to the current Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was another grant by the Chinese government when in 2009 there was this unfortunate fire outbreak and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration had to be relocated. Mr. Speaker, I also note that our Ministry of Defense is another grant from the Chinese government. The Cape Coast Sports Stadium is another grant from the Chinese government. I'm also aware that during the negotiations for the grant that led to the Ministry of Defense and then the Kotokraba market, not the Cape Coast, or the Kotokraba market. The Speaker, I recall that there was a proposal for the Ministry of Finance as well to receive a grant from the Chinese government. I note that China has been seeking to deepen their ties with Ghana and Africa for that matter under the China-Ghana Vision 2035. And on the 21st of this month, just a few days ago, Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Minister and the Chinese Ambassador to Ghana, Ambassador Lu Kung, cut short for the construction of this Foreign Ministry Annex. And I know that contractors are on site and work has commenced. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the scope of the project at page 4, we are told that this annex will house a banquet hall, a 144 capacity press briefing room, a clinic, a gymnasium, and then a basement for parking 49 vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I note that when the ministry has events, parking becomes a challenge and vehicles are compelled to park on the streets, and we know that Airport Residential is a very busy place. So this basement parking arrangement will help to resolve that challenge. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Finance Committee for recommending that the waiver should be paid in CD denomination. So they changed the original agreement from a dollar-denominated waiver to a CD denomination at paragraph 8.2. That is commendable. Another commendable effort that the Finance Committee has carried out at item number 9.0 at page 6 is the fact that they have given the Foreign Ministry 3 months to provide a detailed breakdown of all the equipment and the facilities that will be procured under this arrangement. And that breakdown should be submitted to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is the way to go. It's very, very forward-looking. It brings transparency and it avoids abuse. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Finance Committee for clearly doing a thorough work. I will just finally ask that as we receive these grants, because of what happened in Addis Ababa with the Africa Union building, where it emerged that it appeared that sections had been backed, I hope that we will make sure that our national security will be on the alert and will make sure that our sovereignty is protected, the structural integrity, most importantly, the intelligence systems will be will receive all the necessary attention, because at the end of the day, it's really about our national interest and our sovereignty. We have to make sure that the systems are in place so that nobody is listening in or will have any other ulterior motives. But having said that, we must thank the government and people of China for this support. Our relations are growing, trade volumes are increasing, it's now exceeded $10 billion, and it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that these two countries will continue to collaborate for many, many years to come. I add my voice and I support this waiver, and I hope that in 26 months we shall all see a new Ministry of Foreign Affairs Annex building which will serve this country well. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate.
Mr. Speaker, just a slight clarification, if you indulge me, with the committee chairman. Now, if you come to paragraph 8.2, denomination of domestic taxes in dollars, it ends with a statement, and for purposes, Mr. Speaker, I paraphrase it. The committee recommends to the House to approve the sum of 6,280,305.17 Ghana cedis. Now, when you come to the conclusion in page 7, nothing is said about the 6 million. What are you asking the House to do? Reconcile what is in page 6 with what you are asking for in page 7. Because you have 6 million, the committee recommends to the House to approve the sum of 6.2 million Ghana cedis. We've noted that. Now, when you come to your final figures here, we see 4 million and we see another one denominated in dollar. What are you asking this House to do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are asking this House to approve what is in the conclusion. You see, what you see in the earlier tables, they are part of what the ministry brought to us requesting the waiver. Now we made, apart from making modifications to the amount, because certain tax lines were taken out, we are also saying that going forward, never are we going to ask the House to approve domestic tax exemption denominated in foreign currency. So that is why you see the differences. So to avoid confusion, what we're asking the House to approve is a Ghana cedi as waiver, is a Ghana cedi equivalent of 4,624,731 United States dollars for imports and 4,322,807 Ghana cedis and 45 pesos on local purchases of material and goods. And accordingly, we request the Hansa Department to reflect this in the motion that appeared on the other paper. I so move.
Very well. So, honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion listed 30 in today's of that paper, say aye. The question is, all those in favour of the motion listed 30 in today's other paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The resolution? Yes, Minister, you may do that.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 31 on pages 27, 28, 29, and 30 of today's other paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Kwame Boja.
Right now, Speaker, I second the motion.
Well, honourable members, the resolution has been moved and it has been seconded. The question is, all those in favour of the resolution listed 31 today's other paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The resolution is hereby adopted. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, page 30, 30, item 32.
Is it 32?
Is it so?
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to page 30, item listed 32, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion, the procedural motion listed as item 32 on today's other paper be moved today. I so move.
Yes. Honourable John Jinapo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the motion, and in doing so, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, to make some few observations and commentary on the request. First of all, Mr. Speaker, health care is a very, very essential and very, very important element of our social life. Indeed, when you read the report, and I refer to page 3, paragraph 2.4, the chairman of the committee makes the assertion that the health status of the people living in Ghana is improved by the Ministry of Health.
I thought so. Very well. So you seconded it. Very well.
Right,
Honorable, this procedural motion. And the question is, all those in favor of the procedural motion listed 32, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The procedural motion is hereby adopted. Now let's come to the substantive motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the motion listed as item 33 on today's order paper so that Honorable Juniper and others may eloquently contribute to the motion. In the process, I present your committee's report, request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content whilst I take the conclusion. So, Speaker, your committee reviewed the request and the referral and recommends to this House to adopt this report and approve by resolution a request for waiver of import duty, import NHIL, import get fund levy, and import VAT amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 89,892,946 euros and 50 cents made up of for medical supplies including vaccines, medicines, equipment and vehicles to support the health sector for the 2021 to 2023 in accordance with the Constitution. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, John Juniper, now I can come to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, like I said, healthcare is very, very important and an essential component as far as the socio-economic well-being of the ordinary Ghanaian is concerned. However, Mr. Speaker, I note that the chairman claims that the health status of the people in Ghana is improved by the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, I stand to state that the health of the people of Ghana is not solely the responsibility of the Ministry of Health. Indeed, if you take a ministry like the Ministry of Gender, it's an important ministry, Mr. Speaker. And I can state on authority that when my very good friend, the Honorable Ajua Safua, was the minister in that ministry, she demonstrated, and I'm referring to Honorable Ajua Safua, she demonstrated leadership. She demonstrated independence. She showed that she is a woman of valor, and she demonstrated that nobody can influence her when she was at that ministry. She is a hard-working minister, and I give my heart to her, and I respect her. And so, in as much as the Ministry of Health is also doing or playing a role, in as much as I commend the Minister of Health.
Hold your fire. Honorable Minister for Health.
Honorable, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague who was eloquently talking about a gender minister mentioned Ajua Safua. Mr. Speaker, there has never been any Ajua Safua who has ever been a gender minister before. So my colleague is misleading us and should therefore correct himself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was referring to the venerable Honorable Ajua Safua. And having mentioned her name, Mr. Speaker, you give credit where credit is due. And even as we are proving this tax waiver, I hold the view that when people show their commitment to the health care, particularly of children, they must be commended. And it's on this note, Mr. Speaker, even as I support and second this motion, I still hold the view that you cannot push Honorable Ajosafo around. You cannot. And then the government woman, a woman of substance, a woman of valor, a woman of integrity, a woman who, when she sees is right, when she sees that something is red, would not turn her back and say it is black. I trust this woman, and I know when it matters most, she will demonstrate leadership. She will stand with the people of Ghana and do the right thing. On that note, healthcare is very, very important. And I second the motion to approve this. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is
Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to make correction to the period as it appears on the other paper and as has also been captured in the report. Instead of 2021 to 2023, it ought to be 2023 to 2025. Now this should be reflected in the motion, in the report, and also in the resolution. I thank you for the opportunity to do the corrections.
yes, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the report in page 7 of the report talks of attachment detailing the full details of the amount in question, 89.8 million euros. Mr. Speaker, this is important. It's important for members to at least have an idea what exactly we are actually granting the tax exemptions for. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the fact that the committee report talks of an attachment, it is only right that attachment be added to the document so we can review them appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the making well, and I'm confident our Secretariat is listening. It's just an oversight that the attachment is not found here, but it was reviewed at the committee level. We will attach it and make it available to the table office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate.
Mr. Speaker, following from what the Minority Leader and the Chairman of the Finance Committee have said, yes, matters are referred to committees, and after they have interrogated the matters and submitted a report, the report is supposed to be furnished to all of us, so that when we step out and have to speak to the issues, we are able to speak from a very informed perspective. The Speaker, if the attachment is not here, it will be difficult for members to really follow what it is that is at stake. So I would implore the table office to capture the attachments into the Hansard, so that anybody picking the Hansard, they will be able to follow through. I thank you.
Well, table, kindly take note of what the correction Majority Leader has just come out with. So, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed in today's order paper 33, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby carried. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister, may you come with the resolution?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution as corrected on pages 31, 32, and 33 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member for Bolgatanga Central. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Honorable members, the resolution has been moved and it has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution listed 34 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, page 33, item 35.
Yes, honorable members, let's turn to page 33. Page 33, item listed 35. Motion by the Chairman of Finance Committee.
I rise to move, Mr. Speaker, that the procedural motion listed as item 35 on today's order paper be moved now. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Ho Central Member of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this procedural motion, the question is all those in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The procedural motion listed 35 is hereby adopted. Chairman, may you take the substantive motion 36?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 36 on today's order paper be moved now, and in the process present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, before I do so, I would like to point this out for the Handler Department to capture, and of course capture the entire content whilst I take the conclusion that in accordance with the earlier point we made about never presenting waiver on domestic taxes denominated in foreign currency, the figures in the item 36 should now read as follows. That import duties, import NHIL, import GAT fund levy, import VAT, excise levy, special import levy, and import COVID-19 levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 4,454,892 United States dollars on imports, and domestic VAT, domestic NHIL, domestic GAT fund levy, and domestic COVID-19 levy amounting to 4,670,814 Ghana cedis, 23 pesos on local purchases of equipment, material, goods, and services to be procured for the improvement of the Tamamoto Way Roundabout Phase 2 project in accordance with the Constitution. So, Speaker, I take the conclusion. The committee recommends to this House to adopt our report and approve this request so that the project may benefit from the waiver requested of this House. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Honourable member for Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise once more to second the motion and the amendment made alongside the movement of the motion by the chairman. That is exactly the true position. Mr. Speaker, often we ask, why are we granting tax exemptions when we need revenue? And we pressed hard for the passage of the Tax Exemptions Act. But I want to emphasize that it does not mean, the passage of the act does not mean that tax exemptions will not be granted. It's only that there will be greater scrutiny about what is exempted, under what conditions such exemptions will be granted. Now, in this particular case, we went into...
Honorable members, let's get the attention of the honorable member, please.
Mr. Speaker, in this particular case, the country entered into an agreement with the Japanese government through JICA to fund the phase 2 project of the Temamoto Way. And part of the agreement stated clearly that the government of Ghana, I quote, will be obligated to bear the component of the project financing cost covering taxes, duties, fees, and other applicable fiscal levies which may be imposed in the Republic of Ghana with respect to the procurement of materials, goods, equipment, and services for the execution of the project. It is in line with this agreement that this exemption is being granted. Mr. Speaker, even if we were to go by the agreement strictly and say that we are to pay, under this present circumstance, when we don't have any money, we are broke. There's no way we can pay. So the only alternative is to grant the exemption. And as the chairman has already explained, the request was all in dollars, United States dollars. But we realized that the domestic taxes are paid in Ghana cedis. So it was appropriate for us to convert this and denominate the such taxes in Ghana cedis, so that there was the need to amend the initial referral to the committee, which was aptly done by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I think your committee has to be commended for taking time to do the very detailed work which is before the House now. Yes, if you want me to tell you the detailed work.
No, I don't want you. You are already commended. So
the GRA brought details of every single item that is supposed to be exempted from taxation, and we scrutinized this very well before coming to the conclusion. I therefore second the motion and recommend to the House that these exemptions be approved. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 36 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister, may I come to you for the resolution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 37 on pages 34, 35, 36, and 37 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, the resolution is moved. Let him come to Kofi Adams. Kofi, I'm coming to you for the...
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Yesterday, when we adjourned sitting, you indicated we were going to commence at 10 today. Mr. Speaker, however, we almost started
Are you seconding?
I'm raising a procedural issue. We are sitting outside the hours that is allotted for us to see. Mr. Speaker, you haven't announced that we are in extended.
Honourable members, honourable member, you are in my hands. We didn't start at the right time, 10 o'clock. We started.
And when you adjourn, Mr. Speaker, when you adjourn us, you said 10
Don't
o'clock.
worry.
That's what is on record.
Very well. So you just second the motion. You seconded the motion.
The second.
Mr. Speaker, I second all the resolutions so moved.
Very well. Honourable members, the resolution has been moved and it has been seconded. The question is, all those in favour of the resolution listed 37 in today's order paper say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it's obvious. The resolution is hereby adopted. Honourable members, Honourable Kofi Adams was trying to raise an issue. I will indulge you to allow me to take you beyond the normal hours. You are in my hands. Let's indulge me. We are moving on. So, Honourable Leader, let's hear you.
Speaker, page 52. May we now move on to page 52 and take item 64. Item 64 on page 52.
Honourable members, come with me to page 52, item listed 64, motion by the Minister for Finance. Honourable Leader, are you seeking leave?
Yes, I seek your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister, you may do so on behalf of your minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 64 be taken now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is procedural motion, and the question is: all those in favour of the motion say aye. Honourable members, I want you to take part in whatever is going on. The question is: all those in favour of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The procedural motion is hereby adopted. Yes, you may take the 65.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the standard for automatic exchange of financial account information Amendment Bill 2022 be now read the second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the standard for automatic exchange of financial accounts information Act 2018, Act 967, to strengthen the due diligence procedures and prescribe circumvention practices. Mr. Speaker, the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes conducted an assessment of the domestic legislative framework for implementing the automatic exchange of information standard in 2022 to enable Ghana to also receive information. The report of the assessment gave Ghana the green light for the receipt of information and recommended some legislative changes to Act 967. The recommended legislative changes have necessitated this amendment. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The motion has been moved. Let me come to the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present your committee's report on the bill. The Honourable Deputy Minister has explained the bill. I ask the Hansa Department to capture the contents of the report and conclude as follows: that subject to the amendment the committee will be proposing at the consideration stage, The committee recommends the House to adopt this report and pass the standard for automatic exchange of financial account information amendment bill 2022 into law, subject to, as I indicated, the amendment under paragraph 6. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. Is before the House for consideration. Yes, Honourable Member for Bolgatanga Central.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, but I'm surprised that you keep wondering which my constituency is. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion and to urge the House to approve the report of the Finance Committee in respect of this very important amendment that has been proposed for the standard for automatic exchange of financial account information. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, we passed the law to mandate the Ghana Revenue Authority to work with other similar institutions across the world to allow them to seamlessly exchange information to assist us improve our tax compliance and to be able to generate the revenues that Ghanaians living abroad are supposed to pay to the people of Ghana, particularly to the government of Ghana. After having operated this law for a while, an assessment was done that identified certain leakages that needed to be strengthened. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, that it was identified that people undertake certain circumvention activities that allows them to evade this process, and so we needed to tighten the rules a little bit. We also realized that there was not adequate information from financial institutions that were implementing this law in terms of documenting the procedures that are required to demonstrate that they are in compliance with the law. And so we needed to amend those provisions that will make it possible for financial institutions to adequately document the processes and the procedures and the due diligence that they undertake in order to comply with this law. But, Mr. Speaker, we also identified that there are not enough sanction regime in the law covering these kinds of offences. So this act essentially is seeking to improve the initial act so that it will make it very easy for the Ghana Revenue Authority to ensure compliance and to help the government of Ghana to rake in the appropriate tax revenues that are required from Ghanaians who earn monies abroad. Mr. Speaker, across the world, countries are cooperating with each other in order to share information on financial activities involving their citizens. And this is because taxes are no longer calculated only based on incomes that are brought into the country, but even incomes that are earned outside the country by Ghanaians who reside abroad. And it is difficult for a country to sit in, a government to sit in Ghana and be able to identify revenues that accrue to Ghanaians abroad unless you collaborate with those countries abroad to be able to share information. And so this is very important for us to achieve tax compliance and improve our tax revenue going forward. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to urge all my colleagues.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is an important compliance bill, which I believe all of us should be able to support. Mr. Speaker, I say so because Ghana currently operates global taxation, where your income is assessed based on domestic income and foreign income. So one has to pay taxes on both and not one. Mr. Speaker, the only way you can, or the Ghana Revenue Authority will be able to assess those taxes, is to sign on to the international conventions. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, these conventions has been modified. Circumvention rules, for instance, has been changed. Because, Mr. Speaker, over the years, there are times that business owners find clever ways to circumvent the rules. And that is why continuous improvement is important. OECD, working with European countries, have developed new circumvention rules. And there was the need for us to amend these laws to reflect the international regulations. Mr. Speaker, until we sign on to these rules by amending our domestic laws to reflect them, there is no way these companies or these countries will be able to give us this information. Mr. Speaker, I think it's in the right order. I am aware that these are common across the world, and obviously countries all over the world are adopting new circumvention rules. It's not an imposition of new tax policy, it is only a compliance measure that will get companies to disclose and to avoid circumventions, as has always been the case in international financial reporting. So I think we should support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion listed 65 in today's order paper, say aye. I'll put the question again. As many as are in favour of the motion listed 65 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it's obvious that ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the standard for automatic exchange of financial account information, Act 2018, Act 967, to strengthen due diligence procedures, prescribe circumvention practices, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the standard for automatic exchange of financial account information Amendment Bill 2022 is accordingly read a second time. Leader.
Speaker, we are now ready to take item 5.
Leader, hold on. Before we come to item 5, kindly indulge me to suspend the House for 5 minutes.
We need to take care of ourselves sometimes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let him come to a leader.
Speaker, item 5. They're ready for it now.
Yes. Over. Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways. Offer. So, honorable members, we will now turn to item 5 in today's order paper. We are now going to deal with the urgent question. And the urgent question stands in the name of a member for Akim Oda, Honorable Alexander Akwesi Akwa. Is Honorable Akwesi Akwa here?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm here. I'm ready.
Well, the minister is available. You may take the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask this very important question for my constituents. My constituents have asked me to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the efforts the ministry has put in place to replace the only traffic light that operates in the Akim Oda municipality, which has been out of place for the past 3 years. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Akim Oda is the administrative capital of Brim Central in the Eastern region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the traffic lights at Akim Oda were managed using a Siemens T700 controller. However, the controller and cables were vandalized, thereby rendering the traffic lights unoperational. Mr. Speaker, efforts to replace the vandalized parts of the controller have proven futile since the model is getting out of use by the manufacturers. Approval has been given to the Department of Urban Roads to upgrade the traffic signals at the intersection using Siemens ST950 controller. The controller has multiple functions, including its ability to be linked to central control center. Mr. Speaker, the works are expected to be completed by the end of the second quarter of 2023. In the interim, the Motor Traffic and Transport Department, MTTD, of the Ghana Police Service will help in controlling traffic at the intersection during peak period. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, there are some other intersections that do not have traffic light at all. And very recently, we've been experiencing road accidents. Would you be kind to let us know if this intervention will cover some more other important intersections in the municipality?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since we are dealing essentially with safety, what the honourable member is asking of is all part and parcel of it. So it wouldn't be a major departure from that, and it could be incorporated. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we will now turn to the normal questions. We have as many as 18 questions. In view of that, I want to advert members' mind to standing order 62. Ordinarily, you shouldn't exceed 1 hour in question time. And I intend to follow this particular order. And as such, I'm going to give the owner of the question one supplementary question. If the question is a constituency specific, I wouldn't entertain any other person to ask any supplementary question, so that we can make time for all the 18 questions that has been designated for us today. So we will begin from question 954. Question 954. And the question stands the name of a member for Sege. Honorable Christian, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when construction of the road from Sege to Bato will commence and the expected date of completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Sege to Bato Road forms part of the original Road 18. The road is bituminous surface dressed and in fair condition. It is 28.1 kilometer long road. Mr. Speaker, this road traverses the Adan West district of the Greater Accra region and Southern district of the Volta region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program for the construction of the road from Sege to Bato. The future program is that engineering studies will be carried out on the road and estimates will be prepared for consideration under the 2024 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to find out from the Minister, since there is no program for the road and the road is very bad, what immediate step are you taking to let the people use the road to improve? Because we have this Catholic hospital which serves the whole of Adan West and then the North Town people. So what immediate steps are we taking in order to make the road usable to the people?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I need not re-emphasize the point that Sege Adan is a very, very important road in all aspects. Therefore, until we do proper studies on it and put it on our program, we shall make sure that we keep an eye on it and bring it under our ongoing routine maintenance program to ensure that the road will be motorable at any particular time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
turn to question 1000. 1000. Amenfi West. Yes. Honorable Eric Affo, let's hear you.
Let me thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. The Speaker, right, as the Minister for Roads and Highways, first steps are being taken to return the contractors to site on the Samabwe Junction, Mumuni Road, and from Mumuni Priscilla Road, as the bad state of the road caused accidents and harbors armed robbery activities in the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Samraboy Junction to Numini road route, known as R123, and the Pristia to Samraboy also road route known as R121, lie within the northern part of the western region. They are located in the Amalfi West and Pristia Valley districts of the western region, respectively. The roads are gravel surfaces that are in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Samraboy Junction to Numini section forms part of the project known as the construction of Aboy Junction to Amwaku Junction to Mumuni Road of length 45 kilometers, which was awarded under the Cocoa Roads program. The project was suspended in June 2017, but the suspension was lifted in July 2019, and the contractor was asked to return to site, but has since failed to return due to delay in payment for work done. Progress of work at the time of suspension was at 69% fiscal completion. The future program, Mr. Speaker, the works have been repackaged awaiting availability of funds for re-award. I turn to Numini to Pristia Road. Mr. Speaker, currently, this road section was awarded under two separate contracts. One, upgrading of Pristia to Samraboy Road for the first 40 kilometers. This is funded under the Cocoa Roads program. And two, emergency upgrading of Pristia to Samraboy Road for the next 4 kilometers. That is from kilometer 40 to kilometer 44. And that is put under the road fund. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal progress of works on the two contracts is projected at 64% and 44% fiscal completion, respectively. Progress of work has slowed due to non-payment for work done. However, the contractor has indicated his willingness to mobilize some funds to speed up the work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Eric Affo, you may have one supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two supplementary questions. The first one is that, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that the Minister has indicated that the road is in a bad state. And also like to remind the Minister that the road under consideration falls within Samraboy Cocoa District, which has happened to be the leading district in cocoa production in this country. You are aware that they use this road for both secondary and primary evacuation of cocoa. So this was very, very important and critical. But the future program of this road, as we have indicated here, states that, and I'm quoting you, the works have been repackaged, awaiting availability of funds for re-awarding. So I'm asking you, looking at the nature of this road, this cocoa production in this country, when are you releasing funds for the contractors to go there and recommence construction of the road? It's very critical. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's true that this road is critical, and as I did indicate in my answer, all along it had been under Cocoa Board. But Cocoa Board, I believe, also knows the importance of this road because of the volume of cocoa production from the area. But the road, as I have said, had suffered a lot of problems and had a checkered history. That is why we have taken steps, as the ministry responsible for all roads in Ghana, to terminate it and to bring it directly under our domain so that we can work on it. So the importance of this road has never and will never be lost on my ministry. So as is indicated, as soon as funds become available, we are going to prioritize this road and to work on it. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We now turn to question 1005. 1005. Eric, I said initially that I was going to give one supplementary question. Please, let's be mindful of question 1005. Honorable Member for Akachi North, Honorable Peter Nochi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when works on the Avedakpa to Avonapome through Akati Road, which started in 2016 but abandoned in 2017, will resume as the deteriorating condition of the road makes life difficult for commuters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Avedakpa to Akachi to Avenopemi Feeder Road is identified on Department of Feeder Roads Road Database as Akachi to Kove to Avedakpa Feeder Road, measuring 28 kilometers, and Akachi Bamate to Avenopemi, also measuring 11.85 kilometers. The Akachi cover to Avedakpa is an engineered feeder road in fair condition. The Akachi Bamate to Avenopemi is an feeder road in poor condition. The two roads are located in the Akachi North region. Mr. Speaker, currently the road awarded on contract together with other roads under the contract titled Bitumen Surfacing of Agbozomi Gokru Feeder Road, 10.5 kilometers. Avedakpa Feeder Road, 28 kilometers. Akachi Bamate to Avenopemi Road, measuring 11.85 kilometers, and Akachi to Zazi to Sipe Feeder Road of length 20.7 kilometers. In 2016, the Speaker, the total contract package was rationalized in 2017, after which the contractor was given the necessary approval to continue with the works. Due to the expiration of the original completion period, the necessary extension of time was also granted. The revised completion date has been extended to 20th July 2023. However, the contractor has failed to mobilize to site. Mr. Speaker, the future program for this road is that the Department of Federal Roads is taking the necessary steps to terminate the contract, after which the contract will be repackaged for consideration under the 2024 budget. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a slight correction. I asked the supplementary question. Yeah, in the paragraph 2, line 3, the two roads are located in the Akati North district of the Volta region. That information is not correct. The Akati Kofe Averakwa road is in Akati North. Then the other one, Akati Dabamate Afonopome road, is in Akati South. So that's the correction I want to make. Mr. Speaker, the minister has promised that it will be repackaged under the 2024 budget. I wish to find out from the minister why the contractor refused to go back to site. Was it because of non-payment for work done, or the revised package was not satisfactory for him to continue work? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honorable colleague for the correction, and I have taken note of them. Mr. Speaker, I must honestly say that these are issues with payment. The contractor was Gakos Construction, quite a strong contractor, but it's regrettable that he couldn't execute this particular job, and it's all due to payment. That is why we have no other alternative than to terminate the contract and to make sure that we repackage it with the hope of getting a contractor who has the required capacity to execute it. Because we are taking into consideration the importance of this role, and we will ensure that we do exactly that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We now turn to question 1171. 1171. Honorable Member for Garu. Honorable Abet, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways who the contractors responsible for reshaping or doing the routine maintenance on the feeder roads in the Garu districts are, and why they have stopped the routine maintenance or the reshaping exercise in the district. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Galu is the capital of the Galu district in the Upper East region. The district has a total feeder road network size of 229.08 kilometers of roads, of which 118.5 kilometers are engineered, while 63.88 kilometers are partially engineered and 46.7 kilometers unengineered. Routine maintenance is generally on engineered network annually. The engineered feeder road network in the Galu district is in fair to poor condition. And Mr. Speaker, currently, routine maintenance that is talking about reshaping program was carried out on 125 kilometers of the engineered network in 2020 and 2021, which was completed in 2022. Just because currently, again, the contracts for the routine maintenance in 2022 and 2023 have recently been awarded on 199 kilometers of feeder roads. Contractors are yet to take possession of sites. The contractors who have been awarded the routine maintenance contracts for the reshaping program are as follows. 1. Zizere to Nambina to Zindong to Kugri to Aloko feeder roads and others, covering a distance of 37.4 kilometers, is being awarded to Amcris Prestige Construction Limited. 2. Dametega Zari to Galu, Bang, Tarago feeder roads and others of length 32 kilometers is awarded or are awarded to Limited. 3. Galu Vatua feeder road and others of length 15.6 kilometers have been awarded to Kimara Construction Limited. 4. Galu Kugri to Galu Babwaka to Kwalibwaka to Anisa Kugrigo Sangu Kurasin to Kugri Yambara feeder roads and others, covering a distance of 69.5 kilometers, are being awarded to our Park Legacy Enterprise. 5. Kubri Sisi Danubu to Awantin Sisi feeder roads and others, measuring 40.5 kilometers, are also being handled by Adoles Company Limited. And we also have maintenance road projects going on from Dole to the Nugu on feeder roads covering 4 kilometers and is being awarded to the Salima Limited. So in total, 199 kilometers of roads are being handled. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again. Mr. Speaker, the Minister in his answer has admitted that the roads in the districts are in a condition. He says fair to poor condition. I want to find out from the Minister that these contracts that have been awarded, and he says that the contractors are yet to take size. How soon will these contractors move to site? Because, Mr. Speaker, rains are setting in very soon. And as soon as the rain sets in, it will worsen the condition. So I want to ask some assurance from the Minister how soon these contractors are going to go to site. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my answer once again indicates that these projects have been recently awarded, and I gave the project names and added that they come together with others because it's a tall list. You know, the kilometrage is quite big, 199 kilometers. And I have the full list there. I can provide my honorable member with the full list after this session. And once we have awarded, and we do that strategically to precede the beginning of the rains. And you know, we are almost in the rainy season in our country. So we are doing everything possible to allow these contractors to mobilize to site. So it's something which is encouraging. And it could be any time from now. Because we want them to do the maintenance where the rains set in. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we turn to question.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
1252. Honourable Member, I said it earlier that I will give one supplementary question. Please. So we are now in the turn of Kumbugu, Honourable Dr. Hamza Adam. Yes, Honourable.
All right, thank you.
You have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for the Speaker for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the contractor working on the Bulong-Nyankwala Road will return to site.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kulong to Nyankwala Road is 11.2 kilometers and is located in the Toron district of the Northern region. It is a gravel road in poor condition. Mr. Speaker, currently, contract for the upgrading of this feeder road was awarded under the contract titled Bitumen Surfacing of Nyankwala to Kulong Feeder Road. The contract commenced on 3rd August 2018 with an expected completion date of 2nd August 2020. The contractor vacated site due to delayed payment. Payment for work done has since been honored by the employer. Mr. Speaker, however, the contractor has failed to return to site. A final warning letter was issued for the reactivation of the site, but no visible presence has been observed. The Department of Federal Roads will initiate the necessary contractual measures to terminate the contract by the end of May 2023 for non-performance. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Dr. Hamza, your supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for your response. Before I proceed to ask my supplementary question, I want to indicate that that particular road is in Kumbongo and not Tolong. Mr. Minister, in responding to similar question in July 2021, you assured me that you were working to submit final warning letter to the contractor. 2 years down the line, action has not been taken. So I want to find out from the minister what is delaying termination of the contract and what action will the minister take since money has been advanced to the contractor, yet the contractor has not gone back to site.
Sorry, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's true that this question was first asked, I indicated that the contractor was not working, was not on site because of delayed payment. And since then, every effort had been made, as I have stated in my answer, by the employer, and the employer is the government, to pay off all certificates raised by the contractor. And if you care to know, the name of the contractor is Bar Intima Ghana Limited. And I can say on authority that all certificates raised on this project have been honored and paid by government. So the contractor has no reason to stay out of sight. That is why we have gone through the necessary and the laid down legal processes to terminate the contract. So the contract has just been terminated, and we are taking steps to make sure that we repackage the project and re-award it to a more competent contractor. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. We turn to question 1256. Question 1256. Bulsa North. Honorable James Agada. Honorable James Agada.
A question, yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to ask the Minister and Highways when works on the Chuchulega Sandema Wiaga Wesi Road, which started as far back as 2016, will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Chuchulega to Sandema to Yaga to Wesi Road is an international road known as R10 and is 62 kilometers long. The road is gravel surface, and currently, Mr. Speaker, the road has been awarded under two different contracts as follows. One, upgrading of Chuchuliga to Sandima to Wiaga to Wiase Road of length 40 kilometers. The contract commenced on 19 September 2016 and was scheduled for completion by 8 March 2019. Progress of work is estimated at 40% fiscal completion. And two, upgrading of Sandima to Wiaga to Wiase Road from kilometer 1 to kilometer 11. The contract commenced on this road on 3rd January 2020 and was scheduled for completion by 30th June 2021. Progress of work is estimated at 29% fiscal completion. The program for the future of this road, Mr. Speaker, currently contractors are not on both sites due to delayment for the work done. The work will be completed depending on the availability of funds. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable James.
Yes. Honorable Minister, no, this is nothing new to you because I have asked you so many questions in respect of this very road. In fact, my brother, the Honorable Dr. Park from the south of Buluk, has also asked me several questions in respect of this same road. But, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister just admitted that
at the moment, the contractors are not on site due to delays in payments. As a sector minister, what would you do to ensure that payments are effected, to allow for the contractors to return to site, given the fact that works are far behind schedule? Because per the contract, as you yourself rightly put it, works ought to have been completed in 2019. What that means is that we are behind schedule by about 4 years. 4 years, Honorable Minister.
Yes, offer. Hey, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I share the sentiments of my colleague. This road has gone through a lot of difficulties because of its past and its history. And it's true that questions on this particular long stretch of road have been asked between my honorable colleague and Honorable Dr. Apak. And I continue to share views with them on this particular road. And what has worsened the state of this road is the sudden passing away of the contractor. Maintain construction. And we are having a lot of problems and discussions and difficulties. I can tell you and assure you that a very strong family member has now stepped in, and we are all putting ourselves together to throw our weight behind the company, because it was Maintain Construction was one of the excellent companies that we had, and we don't want to allow it to die off. So I can only say that pretty soon you are going to see action on this particular road, not only on your stretch, but even to the stretch that extends to Honorable Dr. Apak's constituency. This one, I promise all. Thank you.
Well, I give you the slot. I give you the slot.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Matukuku Prempe is harassing me. I am seeking your protection from him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the Minister's response. However, the Minister has not told us how he is going to use his good office to ensure that the contractors are paid for work done, so that they can get back to site. And we are speaking about the Chuchuluga Sandema Viaga UAC road, which traverses from the Busa North to the end of Busa South.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've already said that we are all determined, that's my ministry, we are all determined to ensure that we save this company. We do not want the company to die with its originator, its promoter. We do not want that to happen. as much as the passing away of the managing director of the company is unfortunate and regrettable. But we want to assist the family to maintain the sanctity and the stability and the efficiency of this company. So I have already said that we are all putting our weight behind it. So whatever it takes, whatever little money comes into the kitty, we shall prioritize this company. And by prioritizing it, directly or indirectly, we are ensuring that they execute that project. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. From Busa North, we come to Techima North. Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejari. Honorable, you may have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when contractors will resume work on the Krobo Agoza Road in the Techima North constituency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Krobo to Agoza Federal Road is 6 kilometers long. It is an engineered road with poor surface condition and located in the Techima North district of the Bono East region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, this federal road, which was packaged together with the and a Soyan junction to Buayem, measuring 3.9 kilometers, all totaling 17.9 kilometers, were awarded under the contract title Upgrading of a Soyan junction to Buayem to other federal roads. On 30th October 2015, the contract commenced on 29 December 2015 and was expected to be completed by 29 March 2017. The contracted vacated site after achieving 48% fiscal completion. Mr. Speaker, warning letters issued for them to remobilize to site to complete the remaining works proved futile. As a result, the project was terminated on 2nd September 2022 for non-performance. The future program of this project is that, Mr. Speaker, the contract will be repackaged for consideration and re-award under the 2024 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, whilst you have taken us to Techima North, Mr. Speaker, just last week in Tobodom, a car ran over 5 children and we lost 1. I want to ask the Minister for Roads, now that I have him, what steps he will take to provide us with speed ramps and also finish off with this traffic light so that children on that road will be safe. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, street light, speed ramps are all safety measures, and the honourable member has been asking for these facilities, and it's also unfortunate that we continue to lose human lives, as a result of the absence of these, as we are being told. So we are working, and something has been started on the traffic light and is asking for speed ramps, and she knows it. This request coming from the constituency, coming from her and others, are all being worked on, and I want to assure her that we will continue to work on these facilities to ensure that we abate such disasters on the roads. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members from Techima North, we come to Ayesuyan. Honourable Teddy Safori Adi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways when the contractor on the Otumfu Obuasi Road will begin work, as the road is in a very deplorable state. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Honourable member, may you take the question again? We didn't hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the contractor on the Otumfu Obuasi Road will begin work, as the road is in a very deplorable state. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Otumfu and Boase are communities located along the Akrabo to Amanasi feeder road, measuring 10.5 kilometers. It is an engineered road in poor condition and located in the Ayensuano district of the Eastern region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no upgrading or rehabilitation works on the road. However, an emergency construction of 2 by 4 by 4 meter box culvert located at kilometer 7 plus 300, which was awarded on 3rd August 2022, has been completed. The future program on this road is the engineering design studies and cost estimates for the upgrading of the entire 10.5 kilometer road, including the Otumfu to Boase section, has been carried out. The procurement of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my supplementary question will be a plea to the Honourable Minister if his ministry can assist the District Assembly if we could have a grader to do constant reshaping in our constituency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, did you get his question? Honourable member, you were just rattling. Nobody heard your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my supplementary question will be a plea to the Honourable Minister. I would like to plead with him if his ministry can assist our District Assembly with a grader so we can go on with reshaping in our constituency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well. We turn to question 1376. 1376. Honourable member for Kintampo South. Kintampo South. Where is he?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads in Kintampo South constituency will be completed. Kintampo to Prime, Amumankwanta to Ofumai. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kintampo to Pran Road is an inter-regional road IR 009. The total length of this road from Kintampo to Pran is 103 kilometers. The cumulative length of the sealed section is 28 kilometers. The remaining sections are gravel surface and in fair condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road, which was awarded in 5 blocks, 3 of which have been terminated due to non-performance and 1 substantially complete. The last contract captioned upgrading of Kintampo to Plan Road from kilometer 21.7 to kilometer 49.8, known as Lot 2, has been recommended for termination due to the contractors have expressed interest in remobilizing to site when payment is effected. Completion of the above contract will depend on the availability of funds. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Let's hear you. You don't have any supplementary question?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, very well. So we turn to Honorable Member for Amasaman. Honorable Percy Ousu Efrifa Mensa. Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads in the Amasama constituency will be completed. 1. Trade Junction to Obeye. 2. Trade Junction to Brokono Nyansana, Okushibiade, Ayikan Dobro. 3. Popiasa Mayere Bisa, and 4. Sam Junction, Mempemwasem Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I begin with Trade Junction to Obeye Road. Obeye is located within Amasaman in the West municipality. And Mr. Speaker, currently a contract titled Rehabilitation of Amasaman Asalaja Road of 10 kilometers was awarded for the rehabilitation of the road from Trade Junction to Obeye community. The project commenced on 27 June 2022 for completion by 26 December 2020. The contractor vacated site for completing reshaping of a section of the road. A notice of slow progress was issued to the contractor in September 2022 without response from the contractor. Department of Urban Roads will follow due process in terminating the contract for non-performance. 2. Trade Junction to Doblo Gono to Enyasana Road up to Okushia Bade to Ayikan Jobo.
Speak up a bit for us.
Okay, forgive me if I did not mention the name well. Mr. Speaker, the Trade Junction to Doblo Gono to Onyan Sana to Okushia Bade to Ayikan Jobo Federal Road is identified on Department of Federal Roads database as Abehiniasi to Kojo Ashon to Concon number 2 feeder road of length 15.7 kilometers and Concon number 1 junction to Concon number 1 feeder road of 5.2 kilometers. It is a connector road located in the West municipality of the Greater Accra region. It is an engineered gravel surface road in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded under the project titled Surfacing of English Amanfrom and Other Feeder Roads and Abehiniasi to Kojo Ashon to Concon Phase 2, measuring 32.53 kilometers. The contract was awarded on 12 July 2016 and commenced on 20th October 2016 for completion by 20th October 2018. Funding for the project was from the Ghana Road Fund. The contractor has achieved 53% of physical progress. Works have stalled due to delay in payment. Mr. Speaker, 3. Pokuasi to Mayira to Edusa Road. Mr. Speaker, this feeder road is identified on Department of Feeder Roads database as a Fiaman Junction to Osuno Dompe Feeder Road, which is 8.2 kilometers long. It is an access road located in the Kam municipality of the Greater Accra region. It is an engineered gravel surface road in poor condition. The Speaker, currently, contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded under the project titled Okwasi to Tatapor of length 6 kilometers. The contract was awarded on 5th August 2016 and commenced on 26 September 2016 with intended completion date of 26 September 2017 with funding from the Ghana Road Fund. The work stalled after achieving 36% physical completion. Despite the several warnings for them to remobilize to site to complete the remaining works, they failed to comply. As a result, the project was terminated on 1st November 2022 for non-performance. The future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering studies will be conducted on the road in the second quarter of 2023 to determine the next intervention to be carried out on the road. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget. 4. Sam Junction to Mpehwasi Road. This feeder road is identified on Department of Feeder Road database as Media to Photobi Feeder Road, which is 11.4 kilometers long. It is a connector road linking Sam Junction in the Kan West municipality of the Greater Accra region and Photobi in the Nsawam Adwajiri municipality of the Eastern region. It is engineered gravel surface road in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded in 2 phases under the project title 1, surfacing of Media to Samsam to Photobi Feeder Road of phase 1 of length 8.7 kilometers and 2, surfacing of Media to Samsam for Tobi Feeder Road phase 2 measuring 9 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, if I begin with the phase 1, the contract was awarded on 4th September 2018 and commenced on 27th November 2018 with intended completion date of 5th August 2020 with funding from the Ghana Road Fund. The work stalled after achieving 41% physical completion. Despite the several warnings for them to remobilize to site to remaining works, they failed to comply. As a result, the project was terminated on 1st November 2022 for non-performance. The future program for this road, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering studies will be conducted on the road in the second quarter of 2023 to determine the necessary intervention to be carried out on the road. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget. Mr. Speaker, I take the second phase road, that is from Media to Samson to Photobi feeder road. The contract was awarded on 4 September 2018 and commenced on 14 November 2018 with intended completion date of 14 November 2019 with funding from the Ghana Road Fund. The work stalled after achieving 20% fiscal completion. The Speaker, despite the several warnings for them to remobilize the site to complete the remaining works, they failed to comply. As a result, the project was terminated on 1st November 2022 for non-performance. And the future arrangement for this road is that, the Speaker, engineering studies will be conducted on the road in the second quarter of 2023 to determine the necessary intervention to be carried out on the road. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget. Now, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable FIFA, I hope it's very exhaustive. Very well. So, Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you for attending to answer as many as 10, 11 questions from members. We are grateful to you and you are hereby discharged. Honorable Minister for Energy, let him cut you for your conversation. Come and answer questions. Yes, Honorable Minister for Energy, we will begin with you from your friend, member for Busa South, Honorable Clement Apak, on question 305. So, Honorable Apak, you may start the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities in the Busa South constituency will be connected to the national grid under Shed 4 and 5, Fumbisi Extension, Fumbisi Bachisa, Bachisa Sinyansiri, Fumbisi Batrisa, Fumbisi Nadema, Nadema Dobrinsa, and Basa Pim. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. He's asking you to mention the names well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities as enumerated by the Honorable Member for Busa South form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing Shed 4 rural electrification program in the Busa South constituency. A total of 171 high voltage poles required for the communities have been supplied to the sites. These high voltage poles have been planted and are available in the communities except Basapwing HV pole dressing is ongoing at Fumbisi, Baswa, Batrisa, Babisiting, Semyanyiri, as we just said. All the HV materials required for the Fumbisa Nading have been supplied for installation. 347 low voltage poles out of 592 required for the project have been supplied. 323 of these have been planted at the following communities: Fumbisi, Vichinsa, Sanyiri, and Fumbisi, Batusa, and Nandema, Dabielsa communities. The delays in the execution of the electrification project in the communities are as a result of shortage of some key material and equipment, including some of the LV poles the conductors, transformers, and energy meters, etc. The ministry is continually taking delivery of some of these materials and we are ready for the release of say for the installation works to continue. The Ministry of Energy expects Honorable Member for Busa South the installation works to be completed by the end of the year. Thank you.
I hope it's exhaustive.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think the response is exhaustive, but I'll be holding him to his word. He said by the end of this year.
No problem.
2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you too. So we turn to question 308. 308. And Honorable, I haven't called you. Okay. So, Honorable Member for Bongo, Honorable Edward Bauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Your friend minister is available. Ask him friendly questions.
Oh yeah, the Minister for Energy is a very good friend, so I ask him friendly questions.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the rural electrification projects in the following communities will be completed. Sambolgo, Kansoy, Namo Akamo, Asakose, Akunka Kulbeko, Gori Atukuti, via Kopelga, via Tangapuri, Zoko Atiabihi, Zoko Tarongo, and Zoko Awa.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
The communities enumerated by the Honorable Member for Bongo mostly form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing Shem 4 rural electrification project in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. 76 high voltage poles out of a total of 155 have been supplied to the site. All 76 poles have been supplied and planted, dressed and strung at Akunka, Kobiko, Gori, Atukuting, via Kopega, and via Tangopori communities. The remaining communities are yet to receive full complement of their HV materials. The ministry is making arrangements to replace the 14 transformers at via Tangopori. The contractors are waiting for NEDCO, Northern Electricity Distribution Company, to grant outage to pave way for the energization of the network at Gori, Atukuting, and via Kopigia. Mr. Speaker, 871 out of 1,721 low voltage poles required for the project have been supplied at the following places: Sambogo, Gori, Atukuting, via Tangpori, Zoko Tarungo, and via Kopiga communities. The remaining 6 communities are yet to receive the balance of the LV poles. The delays in the execution of the electrification project in these communities are truly as a result of shortage of key materials and equipment. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has taken delivery of some of these materials and we are arranged for the release of SAFE for installation works to resume. The ministry expects to complete the installation works by the end of the year, all things being equal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Edward.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy knows that if the contractor is looking for NEDCO to grant outage for them to energize the network, it doesn't take a whole process to do that. Indeed, the last time I heard that they wanted to grant outage, permission for them to have outage for them to energize the network was about 6 months ago. Mr. Speaker, is it possible, and this is the question to the Minister for Energy,
is it possible to issue the directive? Because NETCO falls directly under you. That should be done. Because this is a project that started somewhere around 2015, 2016. And as we speak now, the people can see the wires there. They can see even meters in their houses, but simply they cannot get power. Is it possible that you can issue a directive that they will grant that particular outage, permission for them to have the outage, for them to energize the network for the people to get it?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, so these are some of the things that we and him cannot understand. I do agree with him that granting voltage for energization should not take as long as the time it has taken. And I'll work with him to ensure that the necessary action is taken to enable the people in those areas enjoy energy that he does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's now turn to question 444. Question 444. And the question stands in the name of a member for Upper Menya Krobo. Upper Menya Krobo. Honorable Bismarck Chetenya Pong. Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy. The communities in Upper Menya Krobo that will benefit from the ongoing electrification project in the district.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently there is no ongoing electrification project in Upper Menya Krobo being undertaken by the ministry. We do know that engineering surveys have been carried out of 56 communities in the Menya Krobo district for consideration under the ministry's last mile electrification project. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I filed this question as far back as 2021. And at that time, there was a project ongoing. Later I understand it was being done by ECG. I thought it's an agency under you, that's why I filed the question to you. However, Speaker, if this answer is as far back as 2021, probably there has been some update to your answer. Speaker, if the Minister can give us an update on the answer since I filed this question as far back as 2021, and to also ask of you to share the list of these 56 communities that you are considering, please.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable Member could repeat his question so that I know, because there are different parts.
Speaker, thank you. I said that at the time I filed this question in 2021, there was an electrification project ongoing at Ogomedawa, Apimsu, Akaten, Asesewa, all in Upper Menya Krobo district. Those projects were done by the ECG, I understand later on. After I filed the question, I understand it was being done by the ECG. So my question is whether this answer you have provided is at the time I filed the question in 2021, and if yes, whether there has been some update as to the 56 communities that you are considering, and to ask of you to share the list of that communities with me. Speaker, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I would beg your good self to let me come and answer that question specifically. I am not appraised of the answer as yes, so
very well.
I'll come back.
So, Honorable Member, it means you may have to redirect your question. You may file a separate question to solicit the type of answers you were looking for.
Very well, Speaker.
Very well. Good. So from Upper Menya Krobo, we come to my friend Amenfi Central. My friend, you have the floor now.
Come in again.
You have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy what plans the Ministry has to connect the following communities in the Memphis Central constituency to the national grid. Grite, Kwabi Krum, Nantiadi, is not Mantiadi, Annobel, Kakra, Ajedum, Asasitre, Dankwara, Bigum, Fureso, and Yenchiku. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Minister, my honorable good friend, I don't know why he chose this route, but me and him are very close. And the visit to my office would have answered this question. But Jite, Kwabikrum, Mantiadi, Anobe, Kakra, Ajedum, Asasitre, Dampawura, Jirgum, Fureso, Yenchin, Crew, communities form part of the Ministry's electrification project earmarked for execution by MS Welding Lamont and Associates. The project originally targeted 1,200 communities in all three beneficiary regions, Central, Western, and Brownsville regions. During the implementation of the project, however, more communities were added for connection to the grid, which increased the number targeted communities to 2,251. The electrification project was completed in May 2022, having connected 2,127 communities to the national grid. Unfortunately, installation works in some 124 communities, including the ones mentioned, could not be completed as the project funds could not cover them. MS Welding Lamont has submitted the project completion, and a reconciliation exercise is being undertaken to ascertain the scope of works outstanding in the remaining communities. Following the takeover of the outstanding works, the Ministry will repackage for completion as part of an ongoing self-help project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Memphis Central, before you come in, let me yield the seat to the first Deputy Speaker. So you may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like Mr. Speaker to know that the narration given is somewhat different from what is happening on the ground. By 2016, 96 communities in my constituency were connected to the national grid. And in 2017, when your government took over power, the contractor abandoned site and has never returned, even though some of these communities are about 80% completion rate. And I would like the Minister to give a cogent reason why the contractor has since not returned, and the possibility of him this time coming around. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Welcome, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my very good friend wants to lead me into some very seriously uncharted waters. The project, like I've explained, included certain communities, and the money is exhausted. So truly, we have to repackage it and look for funds to come and complete. I don't want to go into the direction of between 2016 and 2017, the only thing that's changed is government. No. In fact, parts of this project, I gave an answer not long ago in this house, that truly, it moved from 1,200 communities to 2,200 and something communities, and the money got exhausted. So we will repackage them. The contractor didn't run. We are doing reconciliation with the contractor, and we will make sure that those communities that have partially completed, we will do a reassessment and repackage it for award. Thank you.
Very well. The next question is in the name of the Honorable Member for Atebu Buamantin, Mr. Sanja Nanja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Energy. When will African Plantation for Sustainable Development, Ghana Limited, commence the construction of the 60 megawatts biomass power plant in the Atebu area?
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Member for Atebu Amante, power purchase negotiations between ECG and African Plantations for Sustainable Development ended in a stalemate in 2017 when the parties failed to agree on a tariff for the proposed 60 megawatt biomass project in the Atebu area. Whereas the ECG indicated that it could not proceed with a tariff higher than 15 United States cents per kilowatt, APSD maintained that they needed a minimum tariff of 19.7865 per kilowatt hour. Due to the fact that the parties could not agree on tariff, there has not been any meaningful development on the project since 2017 July. It is noted that the Ministry of Energy, in order to procure electricity competitively, recently introduced new guidelines which include, among others, a total tariff not exceeding the cedi equivalent of 10 United States dollars per kilowatt hour for new PPAs under a take and pay arrangement. Should APSD comply with the new criteria, the company can re-engage ECG to move the project forward in line with ECG's schedule and new capacity procurement. Thank you.
Yes, we have a follow-up question.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answers. Mr. Minister, given that the end product of APSD, the plantation, was going to be, government was going to be the major purchaser of their end product. Was it that there was no any discussion about the price range before they established the plantation? But I'm saying this because over 9,000 hectares of the plantation is there, and the trees are just getting dry and falling, and they are not put to use. So was it that there was no any price range agreement before they went into production?
Mr. Speaker, the plantation and the tariff issues are different. The plantation and the tariff issues are different. So I cannot link the two and give you a cogent answer. As far as the plantation is concerned, I said there was an ongoing negotiation. The APSD wanted a minimum tariff guaranteed, a tariff that ultimately me and you should pay for. And ECG at that time could not agree to that tariff. And so that's why it ended in a stalemate. And that is why we have come up with new tariff directives that we can work together and ensure that we meet this tariff directive. Because somebody has to buy the electricity. And if the tariff is so high, we will come back and complain that people cannot buy the electricity. So that is why we've come out with a new directive. So that if they are interested, and they are still interested in putting up the biomass plant, power plant, then they should re-engage ECG and we'll see the best way out. Thank you.
Very well. Question 592. Honorable Member for Yellow Krobo. Mr. Betete Nyakote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities near Nkrakan in the Yilo-Krobo constituency will be connected to the national grid. Chairmantin Yoyim, Chairmantin Dongwano, and Bisiase Dongwano. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the communities namely enumerated by my honorable friend do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities he just enumerated have been noted and will be considered for possible connection to the national grid in subsequent phases of our electrification project when funds become available. However, an engineering survey has been carried out at Nkurankan and Nkrakan Abu communities in the Yellow-Kolbo district for consideration under the ministry's last mile electrification project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a follow-up question. Mr. Speaker, the communities mentioned received solar street lamps recently in response to our concerns, and I want to commend the Minister for this. But my question to him is when the ministry's last mile electrification project will commence and commence in Yelo-Krobo.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my honorable good friend would admit to the fact that the work that has been done in this community as far as electrification is concerned, I mean the whole value chain electrification, is probably one of the highest in the last few years in the country, percentage-wise. We've got ahead and done massive re-energizing and provision of meters in the community, and he's very, very happy, and he always tells me he can visit his constituency as a proud member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the Ghana's whole aim is to get to the point where we achieve at least 90% of electrification all over the country. That will make us achieve the UN SDG goal of full electrification. So as soon as we make monies available, money has become a problem. We make money available or materials available, we'll supply so that we can continue achieving 100% electrification in Yelo-Krobo. Thank you.
Very well. Question number 597. The name of the honorable member for Awutu Senior West, Mrs. Gisela Tetagotri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities in the Awutu Senior West constituency will be connected to the national grid: Kwaulabi, Dodo Ekra, Small Boy, Yaunuoto, Atagli, Asamwa, Akubi, and Kojo Aisa. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I don't take it personal, don't worry. We have to find something to laugh about. But, Mr. Speaker, Small Boy, the communities mainly, Kwaulabi, Yodu Akura, Small Boy, Yaunutuo, Nduwoto, Atogli Asamwa, Akuvi, Kojo Aisa, unfortunately do not form part of any of our ongoing projects. Communities have been noted and will be considered for consideration in a subsequent phase of our electrification program. Thank you. Small Boy. We will talk about Small Boy.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, I need to take you to Small Boy. I need to take you on a visit to Small Boy. Mr. Minister, my colleague was applauding you for at least having an extension, an alternative means of power, which is solar, in his communities. May I kindly request that mine also need an intervention as that? Because actually, this is just half of what actually is needed. About 20 communities have never seen electricity before. And as you know, I'm not too far from Accra, but there's no power. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member of Parliament. I can only say that let's continue to talk about this, because even though it's not part of any project, what we've been trying to do has been trying to buy materials so that we can start something. Maybe we can talk and decide to do some solar electrification in some of the communities as soon as we get some of the materials. So I'm happy to take it up further with you so we know what we can. Thank you.
Question number 1712. In the name of the Honourable Member for Elembele, Mr. Emmanuel Amakofibwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy the total volumes of condensate supplied by the Ghana National Gas Company to various companies in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, and how the funds were utilized. You know the answer.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a question from a former Minister of Energy. And he was the new minister. He's very good friend to answer this. Only concerning my tenure of office and my succession, not including his tenure of office, Mr. Speaker. We would answer the question for him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the total volumes of condensate supplied by Ghana National Gas Company to various companies in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 2021, excluding the time he was in office, as per the table, Mr. Speaker, given. Mr. Speaker, the table talks about the companies that have benefited their condensates given over the period. For utilization of the condensate under that period, it was according to the MPA guidelines for the offtake of condensate lifted from a Tribal gas processing plant and were delivered to Tema Oil Refinery for upgrade to gasoline ROM 91. The revenue generated, Mr. Speaker, between that period is as stated. All receipts by GNGC for the condensates go into a consolidated account from which monies are drawn to fund GNGC's operational and capital expenditure. All receipts by GNGC for the condensates go into, Mr. Speaker, a consolidated account for which monies are drawn to fund GNGC's operational expenditure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Minister's answer, says all receipts by GNGC for the condensates go into a consolidated account from which monies are drawn to fund GNGC's operational and capital expenditure. Honourable Minister, the Petroleum Revenue Management Act is very clear on what is considered petroleum receipts that must go to the petroleum holding funds. And the reason I ask this question, Mr. Speaker, is because Ghana Gas Company must get money from the processing of gas and the transportation of gas. But Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the products
No, I'm asking a question. I'm laying my foundation.
It's getting the preamble right. The preamble.
So can the minister explain why GNGC is using this money to fund its operation and capital expenditure in clear violation of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act?
It's a very
the
clear
minister
question.
explain.
Honorable Minister, can you explain why they are breaching the Petroleum Fund Management Act? I don't know whether they are breaching them. You can tell.
Mr. Speaker, the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, it's clear that all revenue arising from petroleum activities must fall into the Petroleum Revenue Management account for disbursement to be made together with Parliament and our petroleum holding funds. Mr. Speaker, it is as clear that is supposed to be the case. As to why it has not been the case since the founding of the Ghana National Gas Company, Mr. Speaker, we all have to think through it, because the law is clear, and whether it was during your time or my time, we have not been able to exercise the law fully. So maybe we need to look at it so that we can all come to a conclusion going forward what we need to do. Thank you, Honourable Minister, Honourable Former Minister.
Honourable Minister, so you are admitting that Ghana Gas is using revenue contrary to the Ghana Revenue Management. Is that the case? I want to be clear about that.
Mr. Speaker, to put matters in perspective, I would like the questioner to read exactly what the Petroleum Management Act says. And it is not something that can be controversial.
Well, may I suggest that you look at that again and brief the House fully, so that the House will look at whether they are breaching the law or not and give the appropriate directions.
Mr. Speaker, it is a matter that the Energy and Mines Committee of Parliament is investigating as part of the things happening. So,
very well. So the report will end up with us anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Thank you. Leaders, you are allowed one follow-up question only.
Interest. A question of national interest, not
that is why I asked that he does it. But it says your committee. You are a member of the Committee of Energy.
That's correct.
And it says you are investigating that. So when you finish,
the reason
I
asked the question is that I had a follow-up assignment for the minister. So just let me put it. I think
unfortunately
it's related to what you just said. But I want the minister to give us assurance that he will take up this matter and brief the House properly, so that the House will appropriately take the necessary steps.
The minister has assured me that your committee is looking at it. Is that not correct?
Mr. Speaker, I assure you that in the light of this question, in the light of the investigation being done by their committee, I will answer fully the question as you so demand. Mr. Speaker, the law is clear, but the law also allows companies that are not directly involved in the petroleum activity also to report differently, that the Attorney General has also stated an opinion about. So it's not as clear in that light, even though the Petroleum Revenue Management is very, very clear. So we will have to investigate and provide. It's also a thing that PIAC itself is working on it as well. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members. That brings us to the end of question time for today. Yes. What next, Honourable Chief Whip? Very well, Honorable Minister. Thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. Yes,
Speaker, we are ready to take item 13. Item 13 on page, item 12 on page 13. And Speaker, I'll seek your leave to do it on your behalf.
very well. Item 12 is a motion. It's supposed to be moved by me, so who will do it on my behalf? Yes, Chief, will you move the motion on my behalf?
Yeah. I rise to move that item 13, item 12 on page 13 of today's order paper, which is a procedural motion, be moved. I so move.
Yes, thank you.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 13. Chairman, yes, Chief will kindly move the motion.
So I rise to move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for the disbursement of the National Health Insurance Fund for the year 2023. Speaker, in so doing, I present the committee's report, and I invite Hansard to capture the entirety of the report, whilst I limit myself to just a few portions of the report. Malaria Elimination Program. The committee observed that the NHIF allocation for the National Malaria Elimination Program was reduced from some 85 million in the year 2022 to 65 million in the year 2023. The committee noted that in view of the recommendations made from the committee's fact-finding visits to the regions, specifically the low remuneration package of the workers on the subject, it was decided that funding should be increased to allow for the upward adjustment of the remuneration. Conclusion. So we are considering the importance of the National Health Insurance Scheme to the health needs of Ghanaians. The committee recommends to the House to approve the proposed formula for the disbursement of the National Health Insurance Fund for the year 2023 to enable the NHIA undertake its activities earmarked for the year. Respectfully presented. I thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Ranking Member.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to second a motion, and by so doing, Mr. Speaker, I wish to raise a few observations. Mr. Speaker, it's quite disheartening the systematic effort by government to collapse the National Health Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, I say so because if you look at the trend from 2018 to date, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, an amount of 197 million Ghana cedis was taken from the proceeds of the National Health Insurance Levy. Sorry, that is 2018. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, an amount of 752 million Ghana cedis was taken from the proceeds of the National Health Insurance Levy. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, about 277. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that, fast forward, in 2022, an amount of 1.7 billion Ghana cedis has been siphoned from the National Health Insurance.
Honourable Member, siphoned is a crime. So please, withdraw that word.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, has been taken away in the name of capping, and in the 2023 formula, Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that we are going to raise not less than 5.28 billion Ghana cedis in the name of national health insurance. Mr. Speaker, about 50% of this amount has been capped. Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, we will not get enough money to run this scheme. Mr. Speaker, after even the capping, normal projects that are supposed to be run by the central government have been uploaded to the scheme again. Mr. Speaker, the purchase of vaccines, construction of health institutions, support to the Ministry of Health have again been offloaded to the scheme. Mr. Speaker, that is as if that is not enough. After the capping, the little amount that is left is also not being paid. As I speak to you now, Mr. Speaker, the formula that we approved with regards to 2022, not even one Ghana cedi has been paid with regards to the 2022 formula. So we sit in this house, Mr. Speaker, we approve formula, and in the whole year, nothing is being released to take care of the formula we sit here and then approve. Mr. Speaker, I think that this formula goes beyond the authority, that's the National Health Insurance Authority and the Ministry of Health. I think that it has more to do with the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the delay in the release of the funds has multiple implications on the survival of the scheme. And we hear that the last payment was done as far back in August 2022. And we hear service providers threatening withdrawing their services, and at the end of the day, it is an ordinary Ghanaian who suffers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that this House must send a clear signal to the Ministry of Finance to make sure that these funds are released timeously. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you a typical example. With regards to the purchase of vaccines, this year and last year, we ran into shortage of vaccines because of the delay in the releases. Because we have to plan in advance. And if these releases are not done on time, it encourages a lot of things, co-payment and what have you. Mr. Speaker, the committee also realized that the IT component of the formula is becoming unbearable. And therefore, it is a recommendation of the committee that a forensic audit, an independent probe, must be instituted into the IT component of the formula. And based on the report, I think that it will serve this House to be able to do something about it. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion.
Yes. Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at the report of the committee carefully. And Mr. Speaker, I have analyzed the document before us. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the time has come for us to look critically at the hypothecation of the very tax that is used to finance the activities of National Health Insurance Levy. Mr. Speaker, we earmarked 2.5% in the form of VAT to support the National Health Insurance activities. However, if you are to do the math carefully, it looks like Ministry of Finance transfers something slightly more than 1% every year. Mr. Speaker, this does not encourage the taxpayer to pay his taxes, because the intention is for us to earmark a tax for particular activity. But Mr. Speaker, I recognize that the economy is in a difficult situation, and so some money must be left at the center. But I strongly believe that in order to encourage tax morale, it is only right for the Ministry of Finance to resubmit a version of taxes where they will only give maybe 1% or 1.5% if that is what they can afford to pay, and then obviously allow the center to have the rest. But a system where a tax policy is in place, the revenue is supposed to be used for a particular purpose,
and only a fraction is used a particular year, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's right. I don't think it will encourage the taxpayer to pay more. It is only right for the ministry to realign it, and if they will have to bring the VAT Act back to this House and to realign it to allow a percentage to go to the center and to make it automatic transfer, it is only right. Speaker, apart from that, it is also important for us to be careful how we use the resources that is made available to the National Health Insurance. Speaker, to my surprise, in the year 2022, the IT bills, if you are to add all of them together, the IT bill amounted to 255 million Ghana cedis. Speaker, this is too much. The IT bill is equivalent to the management of the National Health Insurance Authority itself, which is about 300 million. So I don't know what exactly they are using this money for. Speaker, if care is not taken, this matter will become a big matter. And I'm happy that the committee is insistent. If you are to look at page 13, paragraph 2, the committee is calling for what they call an operational audit of the IT system, forensic audit. Mr. Speaker, it is only time, it's about time that we check what they are using this money for. 250-something million Ghana cedis in 1 year. IT expenses, Mr. Speaker, is too much.
It's every year, almost every year.
And this has been reoccurring, not only last year or this year, but it's been reoccurring every year. National Health Insurance Authority spend in excess of 200 million for the purposes of IT. Mr. Speaker, I think we should take time and look at this. But I want to say that it is my hope that the National Identification Authority, National Health Insurance Scheme, will ensure that this forensic audit will be done on time and a report be submitted to us. Mr. Speaker, if they fail to do that, we can only bring a motion before you for you to adopt, for us to do this ourselves. Because, Mr. Speaker, the amount involved is too much. It's too much. The breakdown of the amount, if you are to look at it, you ask yourself that what exactly are they doing? For example, management information systems. So far, from January to December last year, they spent 185.17 million Ghana cedis. Aside that, Mr. Speaker, they have something they call claim data capturing, 19 million. Data integration, transfer and maintenance, 10 million. And then it goes on and on and on every year, every single year. I don't know exactly what they are using this money for. Mr. Speaker, this constitutes approximately 20% of total claims of the National Identification Authority. Total claims. We know that some of the service providers are bleeding. They are complaining of non-payment. And if you are to have a taxpayer's money, and you are to use taxpayers' money of this in this manner, clearly the Ministry of Finance will not be encouraged to transfer the money to you. Mr. Speaker, that is why I do not pity for them. I don't support them that the money should go to them, because in my view, this money is not put to proper use. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that this issue of forensic audit that the committee is recommended should be taken seriously. And we should give them some timelines for them to ensure this is done, appear before us and gives us some answers. Because until that time, Mr. Speaker, I'm developing code feed for us to be approving this kind of money to the National Health Insurance Authority for their activities. Mr. Speaker, the country is bleeding. We need to save every penny for the center to ensure we can save our economy. So you can't be transferring money to earmark fund and for them not to be used in a manner that will benefit us as far as our health is concerned. Mr. Speaker, this is my concern, and we should pay attention to this matter because the public is actually watching us, and we have to do something to support the way our public fund is being used. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, health care is something that really should concern all of us. And everything ought to be done to ensure that the system that has been put in place we're able to protect it, nurture it, and ensure that it grows from strength to strength. It is the reason why, when we came to passing the law on the GET fund, some of us at the very outset raised the issue of the automaticity of the amounts collected to go straight into the GET fund. The Minister of Finance at the time insisted that they should go to the consolidated fund for accounting purposes before they are transferred to the fund that we were creating at the time. The Speaker, at the time I was a common backbencher, but I raised the issue that was a recipe for disaster. At a time when the Minister of Finance was going to renege, the Speaker, that was in 2000, in the year 2000, before the Honorable Minority Leader was born into this House. The Speaker, I said we should be careful because I was Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Amechi, the other day he was castigating somebody that the person was fond of making wild gesticulations in the house. And I said 4 fingers were pointing at his own chest. Mr. Speaker, well, let me go. As I was saying, what we did in creating the GET fund really has yielded negative dividends. It followed us in the creation of the fund for the National Health Insurance Scheme and also for the Common Fund. And that is why I agree with the suggestion from the minority leader now that we should devise a scheme where amounts collected automatically should go and feed the funds until we get there. It will continue to follow us. And since, as I said, since 2000, when GET fund was created, the trend has been systematic. Mr. Speaker, I believe what perhaps we ought to do, if we are discovering that the amount provided for the funds, the various funds, are on the high side, then perhaps we can, as a House review, say that maybe instead of 2.5%, can we deal with 2% or 1.5%? So the obligation is not passed on the Finance Minister. Arrears are created, and the funds are anticipating that state funds will be used to refill the gaps that are created. What do we do as a House? It's for us to determine. Let's bring our collective wisdom to bear on this going forward. Otherwise, at any given time, the Speaker will be accusing the superintending ministers of finance that they have been pussyfooting in releasing funds to these funds that we have created in this House. The Speaker, again, I think an issue has been raised with respect to how much is being spent on IT. The amount appears to be on the high side on the face of it. But whilst we are saying that we should conduct a forensic audit into it, the minority leader is saying that until it is done, he's developing cold feet in the approval to be given by this House. I disagree with him. Because we should have the patience to await the outcome of the investigation. Otherwise, why are you calling for the forensic audit? If we are sure that what is going on is wrong, if we are convinced and persuaded that it's wrong, why do we set up the committee? So Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with him that, yes, it's important that we have a second look at these expenditures. IT expenditures, of course. We do know that maybe at the turn of every third year, some renewals may have to be done because the industry is fast growing and turning out new products which should be fitted into established systems. However, are we in a position to, on the spur of the moment, criticize and bastardize the institution because we don't understand what they are doing? I think that would be a bit preposterous. We cannot do that. Let's give the committee time to go through their own investigation. And I think that for purposes of this, because the committee themselves are not professionals in IT, perhaps they may quote some IT experts to lead them in this enterprise. And whatever recommendation that comes, they will feed in their reports. Because I honestly do not think that our committee will be able to do any thorough job as far as investigating what IT systems are required on a yearly basis by the health insurance scheme. Mr. Speaker, it's the reason why we set aside some monies for these committees charged with such responsibilities to tap into to enrich their own inquiries. As I keep saying, the committees don't tap into the fund. This is one enterprise that I will urge the committee or the subcommittee formed by the committee to, Mr. Speaker, apply to, and I believe some amounts will be made available to them, to engage experts who will then conduct their own investigation and feed them with their findings. And the findings will find expression in the reports that they submit to us. Speaker, I think it's just an addition that I wanted to add to the other contributions from colleagues who have spoken earlier. Speaker, thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The National Health Insurance Fund allocation formula for 2023 is hereby adopted by the House. Yes.
Speaker, may we now turn to page 23. Page 23 of today's order paper and take item 26. Speaker, I'll further seek your leave. I'll seek your leave for it to be done by the Vice Chair of the Committee of Finance.
Very well, honourable members. Item 26, motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move procedural motion number 26.
Mr. Speaker, I write a second motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. Item 27.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Finance on the waiver as stated in the motion number 27. Mr. Speaker, I beg the Hansa Department to capture the report as having been read as I read the conclusion that this Honourable House grants a tax waiver of €6,953,844,073 made up of the components as stated for the intercity VDL buses on spare parts to be imported from Roeselare NV Roeselare of Belgium for the Metro Mass Transit Unit in accordance with Article 1742 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I like to second the motion and speak to the report presented by the Vice Chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, we were made to understand that Metro Mass Transport is trying to import 45 unit intercity buses to augment the already buses that they have to increase their fleet and all that. But Mr. Speaker, it's about time we try to also expand the operations of Metro bus transport system, because we asked them that they are providing services. Is it the case that they're able to raise revenue, one, for maintenance, and then they can also pay back the facility? But we were told that they are providing services. So by the end of the day, they have to rely on government for all this support that they are seeking from us. But a service that they are providing to us, they told us school children board the bus free of charge without paying anything. But the point is, what about a school child in Bia East? A school child in Brokum, where these buses don't have their services rendered to them. So it's like some sort of discrimination. I know every law that you put in place, others will benefit, others will not. But since about social services, we should make sure that they can recoup part of the facilities given to them, especially for maintenance. Mr. Speaker, if you go to their yard as we speak, many of the buses are parked there. They can't get spare parts to maintain them. Meanwhile, they take some money from those people who bought these buses. So these are some of the things we need to have a broader conversation around it. So going forward, even if they can't pay the loan, they have to be in the position to service their buses so that there will be value for money. It's not about always giving them exemption. They have to also make sure the services is generating revenue for them. With these few observations, Mr. Speaker, I think they are in to provide services for the people of this country. We need to support them, but they need to up their game so that they have the needed benefit from their services. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Can I put a question? At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Item 28, resolution. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise and beg to move that this House adopts resolution number 28, today's other paper, page 24, 25, and 26. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion to adopt resolution number 28 has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the resolution, say aye. Honourable members, I'm asking you to vote on the resolution again. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted resolution number 28 on pages 24, 25, and 26 of today's order paper. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip, what next?
Speaker,
we are certainly in your hands, but all business that were programmed have been duly dispensed of. So, Speaker, we are in your hands.
Very well, honourable members. In that circumstance, the House is adjourned to tomorrow, Friday, the 30th. The 31st, tomorrow, Friday, the 31st of March 2023 at 10 o'clock in the